perguruan tinggi negeri di Karsidenan Madiun, perguruan tinggi yang mencetak generasi Islami dengan misi sebagai pusat kajian dan pengembangan ilmu keislaman yang unggul dalam rangka mewujudkan masyarakat madani. Dalam sejarahnya, keberadaan Institut Agama Islam Negeri atau IAIN Ponorogo, satu-satunya perguruan tinggi negeri di Karsidenan Madiun, perguruan tinggi yang mencetak generasi Islami dengan misi sebagai pusat kajian dan pengembangan ilmu keislaman yang unggul dalam rangka mewujudkan masyarakat madani. Dalam sejarahnya, keberadaan IAIN Ponorogo tidak bisa dilepaskan dari Akademi Syariah Abdul Wahab atau ASA, perguruan tinggi Islam yang didirikan oleh Kiai Haji Samsudin dan Kiai Haji Kosin Daudi pada tanggal 1 Februari 1968. 2 tahun berikutnya, tepatnya 12 Mei 1970, Akademi Syariah Abdul Wahab diubah statusnya menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri dengan nama Fakultas Syariah IAIN Sunan Ampel di Ponorogo. Fakultas telah jauh yang menginduk pada IAIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya, berlokasi di Pondok Pesantren Kiai Haji Samsudin dan Turisawo, Ponorogo. Di tahun 1974, dipindahkan ke Jalan Irian Jaya, Desa Banyudono. Tahun 1976, dipindahkan ke Jalan Sriwijaya, Desa Banyudono, Ponorogo. Setelah berkali-kali pindah, akhirnya pada tahun 1981 dibangun kampus menetap di Jalan Pramuka nomor 156, Ponorogo. Status Fakultas Syariah IAIN Sunan Ampel di Ponorogo berakhir setelah terbit Kepres nomor 11 tahun 1997 tentang pendirian Sekolah Tinggi Agama Islam Negeri atau STAI sejak 21 Maret 1997. Kampus beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Islam Negeri atau STAI Ponorogo. Munculnya Perpres nomor 75 tahun 2016 menjadikan STAI Ponorogo kembali beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Islam Negeri atau IAIN Ponorogo. Dengan alih status, IAIN Ponorogo terus berkembang untuk mampu menyelenggarakan perguruan tinggi negeri yang lebih profesional dan berkualitas. Beragam peningkatan dilakukan, baik dari kualitas dosen, tenaga kependidikan, mahasiswa, dan sarana penunjang lainnya. Di antaranya, pengembangan sarana dari semula kampus 1 menjadi 2 kampus. Kampus 1 berada di Jalan Pramuka dan kampus 2 berada di Jalan Niken Gandini, Desa Pintu, Kecamatan Junangan, Kabupaten Ponorogo. Juga dibangun kemondokan mahasiswa Mahat Al-Jami'ah di Jalan Letjen Suprapto, Ngembak, Ponorogo. Juga peningkatan sarana perkuliahan, auditorium, laboratorium, perpustakaan, bus kampus, sarana olahraga, dan penunjang kegiatan mahasiswa lainnya. IAIN Ponorogo kini memiliki 4 fakultas pada program studi salah satu, di antaranya Fakultas Syariah, program studi Hukum Keluarga Islam, Hukum Ekonomi Syariah, Hukum Tata Negara, Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan, program studi Pendidikan Agama Islam, Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, Tadris Bahasa Inggris, Pendidikan Guru Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, Manajemen Pendidikan Islam Anak Usia Dini, Tadris Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Tadris Ilmu Pengetahuan Sosial, Pendidikan Profesi Guru, Tadris Matematika, Tadris Bahasa Indonesia, Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, program studi Ilmu Al-Quran dan Tafsir, Komunikasi dan Penyiaran Islam, Bimbingan dan Penyuluhan Islam, Sejarah Peradaban Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam, program studi Ekonomi Syariah, Perbankan Syariah, Manajemen Zakat dan Wakaf. Selain itu, IAIN Ponorogo juga memiliki program pascasarjana, di antaranya Magister Ekonomi Syariah, Magister Manajemen Pendidikan Islam, Magister Ahwal Syaksiyah, Magister Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, Magister Pendidikan Agama Islam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the 3rd Annual International Conference on Islamic Economics held by the Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business, Institut Agama Islam Negeri Ponorogo. I'm Ratna Yunita, the master ceremony for today's event. I'd like to greet the Vice Rector of EIN Ponorogo, Professor Dr. Haji Agus Purnomo, the Dean of Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business, Professor Dr. Haji Lutfi Hadi Aminuddin, or prominent speaker from International Islamic University Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Habibullah Zakaria, or distinguished speaker from Marmara University, Turkey, Assistant Professor Dr. Murad Yash, also the presenter and participants of the 3rd Annual International Conference on Islamic Economics. With the main theme, the crisis in the Middle East, leveraging Islamic economics in addressing global economic turmoil, this conference unites academia and researchers to explore the innovative solutions for pressing global economic, financial, and philanthropical challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the main agendas of the opening ceremony today are: first, opening; second, reciting Holy Quran; third, singing national anthem Indonesia Raya and March EIN Ponorogo; fourth, opening remark; fifth, keynote speech; and lastly, closing and dua. Ladies and gentlemen, starting the first agenda, opening, let us open this conference by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala gives us blessing so that we can run today's program well. Amin. The next agenda is reciting the Holy Quran. It will be recited by one of our students in the Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business. Dear Muhlisul Amin, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa ila 'adin akhahum huda qala ya qaumi i'budullaha ma lakum min ilahin ghairuh afala tattaqun. Qala al-mala'u alladhina kafaru min qawmihi inna lanarakum Inna lanaraka fi safahati wa inna lanadhunnuka minal kadhibin. Qala ya qawmi laysa bi safahatu walakinni rasul min rabbil alamin. Uballighukum risalati rabbi wa ana lakum nasihun amin. Uballighukum risalati rabbi wa ana lakum nasihun amin. Sadaqallahul azim. Khairan, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to invite you to sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya and march AIN Ponorogo together.
Jadi
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the opening remark from the Vice Rector of EIN Ponorogo. I'd also like to request the Vice Rector to officially open the third annual International Conference on Islamic Economics. Professor Dr. Haji Agus Purnomo, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hamda wa syukradillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah amma ba'dah. Yang terhormat para narasumber, para presenter, para peserta, welcome the speaker, Professor Zakaria, the presenter, the participant who have joined this conference. Yang saya hormati Bapak Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam, Fakultas FEBI, orang menyebut IAIN Ponorogo, para wakil dekan, dan seluruh hadirin yang saya hormati. Bersyukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, pada kesempatan kali ini kita bisa menyelenggarakan konferensi Annual International Conference on Islamic Economic AICIE yang ketiga, yang diselenggarakan oleh Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam IAIN Ponorogo. Mudah-mudahan kegiatan ini benar-benar bisa memberikan manfaat dalam pengembangan keilmuan, khususnya di bidang ekonomi Islam. Pada kesempatan kali ini, atas nama pimpinan menyampaikan selamat atas terselenggaranya konferensi internasional. Tentu kemudian kita berharap apa yang telah dilaksanakan, yang sudah diselenggarakan oleh Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam ini betul-betul memberikan pencerahan di bidang ekonomi Islam. Kami menyambut baik atas terselenggaranya AICIE yang ketiga. Mudah-mudahan kegiatan ini menjadi kegiatan rutin akademik dan tidak sekedar menjadi rutinitas seremonial belaka. Dan kami percaya penuh, kami yakin bahwa kawan-kawan di FEBI IAIN Ponorogo memiliki komitmen untuk itu. Kami ingin menyampaikan bahwa tema ini sangat bagus, saya kira update, karena terkait dengan persoalan krisis di Timur Tengah, apalagi jika dikaitkan dengan peran ekonomi Islam dalam kancah ekonomi global. Tentu kemudian saya sebagai orang awam, orang yang tidak belajar di bidang ekonomi, membayangkan bahwa kegiatan ini akan memiliki peran besar, akan memberi manfaat besar, setidaknya ketika kemudian misalnya mampu untuk fokus kepada dua hal. Yang pertama adalah bagaimana ekonomi Islam memang benar-benar bisa berperan, memberi kontribusi dalam kancah ekonomi global atau mengatasi persoalan ekonomi global, tentu dengan penjelasan dan argumen yang bisa dipertanggungjawabkan, dan bukan penjelasan dan argumen yang apologi. Saya kira saya menjadi teringat dan mengutip apa yang ditulis oleh Pak Wakil Dekan 1 FEBI IAIN Ponorogo, itu bagaimana ekonomi Islam atau ekonomi syariah itu betul-betul syar'i, betul-betul memberikan kontribusi yang memberikan kemaslahatan bagi banyak orang, dan bukan argumen dan jargon yang hanya apologi, yang seakan-akan kemudian semuanya selesai, tapi betul-betul dengan penjelasan yang rasional dan ilmiah. Yang kedua, dalam kesempatan ini saya membayangkan bahwa konferensi ini ketika kemudian berbicara tentang ekonomi Islam yang memang dikaitkan dengan krisis di Timur Tengah, tentu harapannya bagaimana kemudian ekonomi Islam betul-betul berperan secara spesifik dalam kasus krisis Timur Tengah. Tidak kemudian dengan argumen yang digeneralisir, dengan argumen yang umum bahwa semuanya bisa diselesaikan atau bisa diperankan oleh ekonomi Islam atau ekonomi syariah. Tentu kemudian kita berharap bahwa output dari seminar seperti ini, khususnya yang mengambil tema tentang krisis di Timur Tengah ini, betul-betul bagaimana kegiatan atau peran ekonomi Islam itu memberi kontribusi secara spesifik untuk kasus di krisis di Timur Tengah. Karena sesungguhnya dalam banyak hal juga ekonomi Islam dihadapkan pada krisis-krisis yang lain, baik krisis ekonomi, krisis perbankan, krisis keuangan, dan lain sebagainya. Yang kemudian banyak penelitian menyatakan bahwa kemudian ekonomi Islam memang memberi kontribusi besar untuk itu. Tentu saya tidak dalam kapasitas untuk membahas itu, tetapi sekali lagi bahwa kami atas nama pimpinan mengapresiasi baik kegiatan seperti ini dan bahkan mengharapkan bagaimana kemudian kegiatan-kegiatan seperti ini menjadi agenda utama atau main agenda, karena memang itulah yang dibutuhkan dalam kegiatan di perguruan tinggi. Saya kira itu yang bisa kami sampaikan. Tentu harapannya sekali lagi mudah-mudahan kegiatan konferensi ini bisa berjalan lancar dari awal sampai akhir dan memberikan atau menghasilkan hasil yang bermanfaat untuk banyak orang. Untuk mengawali kegiatan ini, let's start this conference by reciting the basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mudah-mudahan sekali lagi kegiatan ini lancar dari awal sampai akhir. Finally, I would like to thank all the organizer from FEBI, YIN Ponorogo, and I thank all speakers, presenter, and participants who have joined this conference. Sekali lagi mudah-mudahan bermanfaat. Mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for giving the opening remark and officially opening the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the keynote speech delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business, Professor Dr. Haji Lutfi Hadi Aminuddin. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, sayyidina wa maulana Muhammad ibn Abdillah, la hawla wa la quwata illa billah, amma ba'dah. Ismahli an ulqiya al-khitabah bilughatil arabiyyah, la bi lughatil injilisiyah, li'anna indi lughatil arabiyyah lughatil Qur'an lughatil jannah insyaallah.
Masyaallah, masyaallah, masyaallah.
Azizi wa jumalai wa fadilatil kiram, wa nakhussu bi dzikri al-qaim bi a'mal mutasar al-jami'ah al-hukumiyah islamiyah Ponorogo, Profesor Dr. Haji Agus Purnomo MAG. Syukron bi hudurikum, Bapak Wakil Rektor, Al-Mutahassis wal Bahis, Musaidul Profesor atau Musaidul Ustad Dr. Habibullah Zakaria min AICIE International Islamic University Malaysia, Gombak. Wa Musaidul Ustad atau Profesor Murad Yas min Marmarah, Turki. Ayyuhal hudur al-musyarikun fil mu'tamar wa dhuyuf al-mu'atmun wa jami'il khudur as-su'adha. Wala angsa nuwabul umada, ru'asul aksam, al-muhadirun, tulabu kuliyatil iqtisad wal a'mal al-islamiyah min jami'ah hukumiyah islamiyah Ponorogo wal angsa lajnatu hadzal mu'tamar wa nakhusu bidil Gus Muhtim wa asdiqaih. Awalan hayabina nasrullah al-azim alladzi a'tana as-sihah wa fursah as-saminah hatta nastami al-an fil mu'tamar ad-du'ali as-sanawi as-salis lil iqtisad al-islami AICIE. Fi hadhil munasabah awalan naskuru jazilas syukri li musayyidil ustad Zakaria Habibullah Zakaria min AIUM wa musayyidul ustad Dr. Murad Yas min Turki min Jami'ah Marmarah Turki alladzaini kana hadiraini fi hadzal mu'tamar as-salis. Tab'an narju haqqan an nuhassila jami'an ala tanwir wal ilham min hadratihima al-wasi'ah wa musahatihima al-qimah. Wasanian naskuru aidan li jami'il bahisin katibin musyarikin fi hadzal mu'tamar. Sawa'un kana min dakhil watan wa kharijah wa sa'un minal muhadirina awit talabah musarakatukum wa khudurukum al-karim yadullu ala iltizamikum al-qawi wa ihtimamukum al-amik bi majalil iqtisad al-islami wa nahnu nuqaddiru dzalika katsira. Sarisan la yumkinina an nungsi as-sukra wa takdir lilajna hadzal mu'tamir wa ala ra'si Sayyid Gus Muhtim wa asdiqa'uh alladzina qamu bitahdhir li hadzal mu'tamar. Juhuduhum al-hasisah wa amaluhum ad-du'ub wa ra'al kawalis kana lahul asar kabir fi tahqiqi hadzal najah alladzi nushiduhu al-yawma. Tab'an narju ayyakuna hadzal mu'tamar nuqtatat intiglaki limazidi minan naqasat al-musmirah wal abhas al-qimah fi majalatil iqtisad al-islami wal maliyah wal amal al-khair. Nas'a jami'an lil istifadah min hadhil fursah litabadulil afkar wal khubrat wa ta'zizit ta'awun al-akadami. Nahnu nudriku jami'an annal iqtisad al-islamiyah kama nasidu'an lahu maziyah wa fi janib al-akhar annal azminah wisarkil awsat laha asarun ba'idatun alal iqtisad al-alam. Inna adadam al-istiqrar as-siyasi was-sira'at at-tawilah wa tahaddiyat al-iqtisadiyah fil mantiqah la tu'assiru ala buldani sarkil awsat fahasbu bal laha aidan ta'sirun kabirun ala al-iqtisadil alam. Wa fi hadha as-siyaq yuqaddimul iqtisadil islami nahjan faridan wa samilan litahallub ala hadhihi tahaddiyat. Innal iqtisad al-islami bima badi'ihi mislul adalah wa tawazun wal istidamah adunnu lahu hadun kabirun li taqdimi hulul azminah al-iqtisadiyah wa min halali awlayatin misl zakat wal waqf wal andimah al-maliyah al-qa'imah ala syariah. Yumkin lil iqtisad al-islami ay yakuna badilan fa'alan fi khalqil istiqrar al-iqtisadi wal istihar. Summa ayqantu huduru musaidul ustad Habibullah Zakaria wa musaidul ustad atau profesor Murad Yas ladaina fursatan dahabiyatan lana jami'an lil husul ala ru'yah muta'ammikah minal khubra fi majalatihim wa ana muta'akkidun annal munaqisat wal urud allati sanastami'uha yawma satwaffirul kasira minal ilham wal afkar al jadidah allati yumkinuna tatbiquha fi siyaqat al mahaliyah wal alamiyah. Alal aqal al ahdaf min al mu'tamar ad-du'ali as-sanawi as-salis lil iktisad al islami fima yali. Al awal tab'an al hadaf ar-ra'isi li hadzal mu'tamar huwa nasru nata'ijil buhus wad dirasat al-ilmiyah fi majal al-iqtisad al-islami. Wa min khalali hadzal mu'tamar yumkin lil bahisina musarakata nata'ijihim ma'al mujtama'il akademiyil awsa bihaitsu yumkinul wusul ilal ma'rifah wal ibtikarat al jadidah wa tatbiquha min kibalil mazid minal atraf. Wa hadha tab'an amrun muhim litasyi'i taqaddimil ma'rifah wa mumarasatul iqtisad al-islamiyah. Wasanian hadzal mu'tamar adunnu yu'khadhu li tawfiri muntada akademi lil ulama wal bahisin. Ya'malu hadzal mu'tamar bimasabati muntada akademi yajma'ul ulama wal bahisin alladzina ladaihim ihtimamatun khassah fi majalatil iqtisad al-islam wat tamwil wal amal al-khairi. Wa min khalalil munaqisat wal urud al-taqdimiyah yumkin lil musarikina tabadul al-afkar wa nadariyat wa manhajiyatil bahs mimma tasri ru'usuhum wa ma'arifuhum yumkin ay yu'addi hadha tafa'ul aidan ila ta'awunat jadidah mufidah limazidin minat tatwir fi hadzal majal. Wasalisan kama yu'addu hadzal mu'tamar munissatan lil baqisina min mukhtalifil khalfiyat al alamiyah sawa'un min dakhil daulah aw kharijaha li'ardi nataiji abhasihim fi majalatil iqtisad al islami wat tamwil wal amal al khair. Wa hadha tanawwu muhimmun liqtisabi mangdurin awsa' wa asmal fi fahmil qadaya al-iqtisadiyah al-alamiyah wa tahallub 'alaiha min khalali manhajin iqtisadiyin al-islami. Al-akhir al-ahdaf al-hadaf min hadhil mu'tamar naju wa aiqantu hadzal mu'tamar yuhassilu ala afdalil maqalah kitabah lin nasr hunaka hadafun muhimun. Labudda min hadhil mu'tamar al-maqalah aw al-awraq labudda ay yuqtabu wa yusallatu fi muhaddadin nasril mujalat wal isra'at al-wataniyah wad dawliyah dhat sam'ah at-tabiyah. Tab'an inna nasra nata'ija hadzal basri la yu'addi faqat ila ta'ji sum'atil bakhisin wa mu'assiyatihim bal yusahimu aidan fi tatwiril adabiyat al-akademiyah aliyatul judah fi majalil iqtisadil islami. Wa min khalali tahaqquqi hadhil ahdaf narju ay yuqaddima hadzal mu'tamar as-salis musahamatan kabiratan fi tatwiril iqtisad al-islami bil idafah ila taqdimi hulul mubtakirah wa mustadamah litahaddiyat al-iqtisadiyah al-alamiyah. Wa ya'addu hadzal mu'tamar aidan khutwatan muhimmatan fi ta'jiji sabakat al-akademiyah wa ta'awun bainal bakhisin mimma yuaddi fin nihayah ila ta'zizi makanatil iqtisad al-islami fil ijabah ala muhtalifil muskilat al-iqtisadiyah al-mu'asirah. Wa akhiran uhanni'ukum alal musyarakah fi hadzal mu'tamar. Nas'alullaha subhanahu wa ta'ala ayyursidana wa yubarikana fi kulli khatwatin nahtuha fi talabil ilmi wal musahamah fi maslahatin nas. Demikian yang bisa kita sampaikan. Tentu kita berharap bahwa beberapa tujuan dari adanya muktamar ini atau AICIS ini punya kontribusi besar, setidaknya kita bisa membuktikan kepada dunia luar seperti yang disampaikan Pak Warek tadi, bahwa ini bukan hanya sekedar rutinitas, tetapi ada result, ada hasil dari pertemuan ini yang bisa kita kemudian rekomendasikan untuk pengembangan ekonomi Islam ke depan. Saya pikir itu. Terima kasih. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for giving the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, let's close this opening ceremony by dua. Bapak Muhtim Humaydi, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Li najahi barnamajina hadha al-mu'tamar ad-dawli wa li sihatina wa li salamatina fi dini wa dunya wal akhirah ibtigha'an li mardatihi wa bi syafa'ati rasulihil murtada bisirri asraril fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin arrahmanir rahim maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in ihdinas siratal mustaqim siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad wa radhiyallahu ta'ala an kulli sahabatin Rasulillah ajma'in walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa adimi sultanik. La ilaha illa anta khalaqtana wa nahnu ibaduka wa nahnu ala ahdika wa dika mastata'na wa nabu'u laka bi ni'amika alaina wa nabu'u laka bi dhunubina faghfir lana fa innahu la yaghfiru dhunuba illa anta. Nas'aluka ya ilahana ya Allah bi taufikika wa bi hidayatika wa bi rahmatika wa bi jahi nabiyikal mustafa wa rasulikal murtada atina ma ataita min ibadikas salihin. Is'alna ya Allah hadal barnamaj nafi'an, is'alna ya Allah hadal barnamaj muyassaran, is'alna ya Allah hadal barnamaj mubarakan bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'al lana lil muttaqina imama. Allahumma arzuqna fahman nabiyyin wa hifdzal mursalin wa ilhamal malaikatil muqarrabin. Allahumma rabbana zidna ilma warzuqna fahma waj'alna minas solihin. Bismillah subhanallah walhamdulillah wa la ilaha illallah wallahu akbar wa la haula wa la quwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Adada ma kutiba wa ma yuktabu abadal abidin wa dahra dahirin birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Ya latif ya latif ya latif, Allahu latifun bi'ibadihi yarzuqu may yasha wa yahdi may yasha wa huwal qawiyul aziz. Allahumma sahil umurana umura abaina ummahatina umura asatidatina ustazatina umura jami'atina wa kulliyatina wa aksamina wa umura ma'hadina madamatis samawati wal ard birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony of the third annual International Conference on Islamic Economics. After this, we'll have a discussion session with our moderator, Ibu Fibrianis Puspita Anhar. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, in few minutes we will begin our main agenda today. May I invite everyone to kindly take your seat in front of your screen and if possible to turn on your camera to participate in this conference. Also, please make sure to turn off your microphone. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allah still give us the opportunity to continue our agenda today. It is such a great pleasure and honor to be able to speak to you all at today's event. My name is Fibrianis Puspita Anhar and I will be serving as the conference moderator today. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who joined us virtually through the Zoom meeting at the third annual International Conference on Islamic Economics held by the Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business, Institut Agama Islam Negeri Ponorogo, Indonesia, with the main theme, Crisis in the Middle East, Leveraging Islamic Economics in Addressing Global Economic Turmoil. For your knowledge, today's event is attended by 6 nationalities, including Pakistan, Russia, Malaysia, Nigeria, Turkey, and mainly Indonesia as the host country. So thank you very much for your enthusiasm about attending this event. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, today we have invited 2 notable speakers to our conference who specialize in Islamic economics. Our first speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Habibullah Zakaria from Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance IIUM Malaysia. Then our second speaker is Assistant Professor Muratiyash, Institute of Islamic Economics and Finance from Marmara University, Turkey. Both are experts and educators with extensive scholarly publications on a variety of respectable platforms and global experience in the field of Islamic economics. Our speakers will examine contemporary global issues with a specific emphasis on the role of Islamic economics in resolving and mitigating global economic challenges, notably in Middle East. For around the next 2 hours, we will go deeper into that subject. As most of us are from Southeast Asia, I believe this discussion must be interesting and valuable to us. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's proceed to our first presentation. This first presentation will discuss about conflict resolution in Muslim countries, exploring the potential of Islamic social finance instruments. Our first speaker for today is an associate professor and a deputy dean of the Institute of Islamic Banking and Finances from International Islamic University, Malaysia. His research has published in well-regarded journals, including International Journal of Islamic Finance, International Journal of Social Economics, and many more. He was part of the professional memberships. Those are International Council of Islamic Finance Educator and Association of Sharia Advisors in Finance. His area of expertise is Islamic banking, zakat, wakaf, and Islamic social finance. For a more thorough introduction, please watch the following profile video.
العاصمة الإدارية في بوتراجايا. هذا المسجد يعتبر من أكبر المساجد في العاصمة الإدارية.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first speaker, Professor Habibullah Zakaria.
Thank you, Ibu Shubianis. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Assalamualaikum, Professor. How are you today?
Alhamdulillah, fine. And you?
Alhamdulillah, fine too.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm very honored and grateful for the committee, including my friends, Dr. Muktim. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us today in this event, Professor. Professor Zakaria, you have 40 till 50 minutes to complete your presentation. And for the Q&A session, all the attendees will be given the opportunity to ask questions later after the second speaker finished the presentation. To anyone who wants to ask some questions, please kindly drop your questions by the chat room, or you can use the raise hand feature on your screen, and then our host will allow you to ask questions directly to our speakers. It can be questions related to work of Professor Zakaria who will deliver today, or questions related to his area of expertise. So let's immediately begin our first presentation. To Professor Habibullah Zakaria, the time and screen is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Moderator. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see the screen properly now? The screen, is it? Okay.
Yes, we can see clearly already, sir.
Okay. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa bihi nasta'in. Ala umuri dunya wa din. Salatu wassalam ala rasulil amin. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Honorable Professor Dr. Agus Gurmano, Vice Rector, Honorable Professor Dr. Miftahul Huda, Vice number 2, Honorable Professor Dr. Mukdibat, Vice Rector number 3, Honorable Professor Professor Lutfi Hadi, the Dean of Faculty of Islamic Economy and Business, IAIN Ponorogo. Of course, we will not forget our rector who is now in Hajj. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept it from her. I would like to also recognize the presence of all the organizing committee, including Dr. Muktim, who is the chairman for the conference, and of course all the participants from many countries to this very wonderful event, and I believe will be very educative, inshallah, and interactive to a third annual international conference on Islamic economy, AICIE, right? Thank you, Ibu Moderator, for giving me this opportunity to present this topic, which I feel is one of the important topic, especially in our time whereby we have a lot of crises in a Muslim country, especially in the Middle East. And also to recall our Dean's keynote speak and addressing, whereby he mentioned that issues and crises in Middle East is not going to affect the region, but it will affect the whole world. I think this is very good and very important statement, which researchers are supposed to take it very serious. Also, the objective of this conference is to have more interactive session, researchers all over the world. And I think this kind of conference also will be of open eyes for many researchers all over the world. Of course, I will make it very simple. I don't want to take much time, but inshallah, I will allow all of us to go through what is going on in the Middle East as well as other Islamic countries, and to explore the potential of Islamic social finance instruments such as zakah, waqaf, and infaq, as well as microfinance. If we look at what is going on in the Middle East or in Islamic country, we can see that it has several dimensions. As far as I'm concerned as a researcher, I can see that there are three major dimensions which I feel is very important. The first one is political dimension. And this political dimension is not quote unquote the specific political agenda. And if also we read the history of Islam since the demise, the death of Umar radiallahu anhu, we can see these political issues in Islamic states. The death of Uthman, which created the very heat discussion between Ali and Muawiyah. And after that, it happened during Bani Umayyah, during Abbasi, and so on and so forth. We also have civil. One of the civil dimension, you can see it in, let's say, what is happening in Sudan, for instance, now, what is happening in some part of Somalia, which is more to civil. And also, we can also see religious dimension. Religious dimension in the sense that the struggle between us and others. And this is what we can also observe in Palestine, what is happening between our brothers in Gaza as well as Israel. So if you also put there are other dimension, and I think that that other dimension can be also put as sub dimension under these three dimensions. So if we can understand this dimension, I think exploring solutions, exploring instruments to overcome all these crises can be easier. And also let us together, we go through some numbers. As you know, that what is happening, for instance, in Gaza, and is still happening, may Allah, we pray, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ease their affair. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala let them overcome this triumph. You can see that the number of fatalities among the Palestinian population in the West Bank and Gaza between 2008 and September 2023 stood at 6,407. And the number of injured people was about 152,560. That was in 2023. But coming to 2024, the number is double, because what really happened in a few months ago between Gaza, West Bank, as well as Israel is something that even UN and other international agencies, they call it as inhuman. So majority of fatality among the Palestinians was in the Gaza, of course. More than half of injuries were based in the West Bank. This is published by Statista Research Department in December 2023. Also coming to what we consider as minor or children, that they are in conflict zone. And you can see the statistic is very high, apparently. And not only children, women also suffering from, elderly are suffering from these crisis. As of 2022, Syria had the highest number of refugees. I think this is what I want to focus on, because as international conference, we're also supposed to have certain area to focus on, so that we can have a very workable solution, and also something that we can bring back home. So refugee is one of the alarming issues in the Muslim country. About 6.6 million refugees had left country, which is Syria. And Syria is not about religious, but I can consider it, first of all, as political as well as civil. So mainly due to the civil war, that started in 2011. And we know when it started as like something that we feel, oh, maybe it will end very soon. But unfortunately, up till today, Syrian citizens are still suffering from this price from someone within ourselves. Okay, so, and also followed by Ukraine, which is something that also we also need to focus on, not because it's a Muslim country, but because the effects, the negative effect actually can be affected by many Muslim countries. So the third highest number of refugees in the world came from Afghanistan. So which actually is something that we also need to focus. Yeah, it's not Middle East, but it's part and parcel of Islamic country. If we know that, I don't want to just the number. I don't want to go through the much statistic on we know, but let's see how Islamic social finance instrument can help, can assist, can provide some kind of relief for this kind of crisis. Now, we have many instruments, but I will focus on 3 instruments. We have too many instruments for Islamic social finance. The first one is zakah as an instrument. As you know, zakah is one of the pillars of Islam, and we have zakat al-fitr, which is normally after the Ramadan, and the zakat that we pay in Ramadan. That means after fasting of Ramadan. And we have zakat al-mal, which is very specific, and it has precondition, which is more on the wealth. Okay, so once your wealth reaches certain amount, which we consider as nisab, and with hawl, which is 1 year hijri, you need to purify your wealth, whereby you pay certain amount of money, 2.5 is of currency, and maybe if other like agriculture and so on and so forth, it has a certain condition. We also have waqaf, and waqaf is a kind of instrument which it can be monetary and it can be assets. So if it's asset, we call it usul al-waqfi. If it is currency, we call it al-waqf al-naqdi. Regardless of some discussion among jurists, whether we can have waqf al-naqdi, which is more to monetary or not, or it should be something that is fixed asset. So, but in terms of the practice, I think many countries allow both. They allow fixed asset and they also allow movable asset. Waqaf as an system has been there during the Prophet ﷺ time and the era of Sahaba and so on and so forth. And the last one, which I will focus, is infaq. In fact, the concept is there in the Quran and the Sunnah of Prophet ﷺ and practice of Sahaba and Tabi'in, whereby you can see a lot of hundreds of verses in Quran talking about infaq. وَأَنْفِقُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ بِهِ عَلِيمٌ. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala encourage us to spend from what we have. And even in certain verses, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala affiliate wealth to himself. وَأَنْفِقُوا مِنْ مَالِ اللَّهِ الَّذِي آتَاكُمْ. Allah say, Madullah, which wealth is belong to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talk about the wealth of orphans in Surah An-Nisa, he say, وَلَا تُؤْتُوا السُّفَهَاءَ أَمْوَالَكُمُ الَّتِي جَعَلَ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ قِيَامًا. Don't give sufaha. Safi in Arabic language, especially in economy, is someone that has no ability, has no expert to manage his wealth by himself. So we call him Safi, not Safi in general term. Safi in general term is stupid person, is insane person. But in economy, in Islamic economy, Safi means someone that cannot or has no experience to manage his wealth. So in this verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say, Malul, he say, وَلَا تُوتُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ. He didn't say amwalahum. He said the wealth, because wealth belongs to the society. Wealth belongs to the ummah. It's not belong to individual. From that ayah perspective. So this instrument, as I said, is there, is in our heritage, is what Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam used to build the ummah, is what Sahaba used to build the ummah. When we look at Baytul Mal in the era of Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, in the era of Sahaba, we can see these three things are one of the major contributors to Baytul Mal. Of course, one of the contributors is Al-Ghanima, which something that we get from the jihad, and something that we get from Ahlul Zimma, for instance, when they pay. So it goes to Baytul Mal. But these three factors, these three contributors, for me, I can say that it's a major contributors, and we still have these three things in our time. Let's look at the impact of zakah as well as waqaf, especially in our time. We see that waqaf and zakah play a very significant role in enhancing the welfare of marginalized population through its institution. For instance, we have several awqaf for people that has maybe less privilege. We have for orphans, for instance, we have for widows, we have for those who have, we cannot trace their family. So these are marginalized population in the society. In Islam, we have specific waqaf for them. And zakah can play a very significant role in enhancing their well-being. So, and when we come to the objective and ultimate goals of waqaf and zakah institution, we can see is to improve the social welfare of less privileged individuals in the society, the needy people, and also to provide for those who are in the crisis. Why waqaf contributed establishment of numerous public assets, including hospitals, school, roads, and other services, and also zakah also contributed to elevation of poverty in Muslim society. What we say is that even when you read the Ottoman Empire, you can see a lot of schools, a lot of universities were established from waqaf institution. Alhamdulillah, I think even in Indonesia, let's say there are many universities, many schools are waqaf-based school, waqaf-based education system, which means that waqaf can play a very significant role. Waqaf also play a very significant role in building and establishment of hospital. In Malaysia, for instance, we have what we call Waqfun Nur in Johor Bahru, which they have clinic, they have hospital, and also the experience of, let's say, Waqf and Zakah in Kuwait, which established a lot of masjid, a lot of hospital, a lot of schools based on what they generated from Waqf as well as Zakah. In Africa, in Europe, in many countries as well. So Waqf and as well as Zakah, they play very significant role in this kind of belief, and also improving the social welfare of people in the Muslim country. Also, when we look at the assets, in terms of asset, it's worldwide, it's estimated to be nearly 1 trillion USD. This is only waqf asset, but zakah will be more than that because it's yearly, and the amount of people that contribute to zakah is more. And it's also true that during COVID in Indonesia as well as in Malaysia, the Waqf fund increased significantly during COVID because people have that intention to pay, a habit to pay, behavior to pay zakat, especially during crisis. I believe that the crisis that happened, especially in Gaza, wake us up. In Hajj, you can see a lot of country, they managed to bring all the Qurban that we slaughter in Hajj to Gaza. Malaysia did the same, Indonesia, and many more countries did the same, whereby we use this Islamic social finance and in fact to help our brothers and sisters in Gaza. But before that, we actually need to to overcome the challenges that face zakat institution in many Muslim countries in order to have very stable assistance to these people. This issue must be addressed. One of the issues is the issue of legal and regulatory framework for Waqf and Zakah, whereby some countries restrict us to bring Zakah from the country to another country. Okay, some also restrict like infaq in terms of giving to people that in other country with a notion or the concept of they are actually maybe helping or assisting terrorism in few countries. So these are few things that we may have. So in this aspect, we need to have very unified legal framework. Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, this kind of country, you have common ground. We can have unified legal system to help our brothers and sisters all over the world. Also, in terms of governance and management, we are not lacking wealth. Islamic economy established that fact that there is no scarcity in Islam. There is no scarcity in Islamic economy. Western economy, they always talk about scarcity, means that something scarce. But in Islam, Allah told us that everything is in abundance, is sufficient. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Razaq, is the one that provides for us. And He provides according to our need. So once you take something that you don't need, you will violate other person's need. Okay, so if you share your wealth, we don't have that scarcity. And that's why these three instruments that I mentioned is the instrument that we can use for wealth management, wealth distribution, wealth circulation, and so on and so forth. And I think this is what actually most of economics, especially from Western world, they are talking about scarcity, the issue of scarcity, but there is no scarcity, but we have problem with management. So how we manage our wealth, and that's most important thing. Okay, so you if something that is not belong to you, other person who is the owner of that thing will be suffering. So it's more to our attitude rather than the asset that we have. So poor governance, we need to have identify what are the key factors that lead to poor governance, and we try our possible best to overcome that. Also, we need to have that financial sustainability. I think our instrument, which is Zakat, Waqf, and Infaq, is one of the Zakat institution. They have a lot of money, but how do we channel this money to those who are in need? And how we can help them to overcome what they are in terms of the crisis, a problem that they have, and so on and so forth. So it's not actually about the asset, but it's about the management. Let's say, for instance, sometime we have 1 million people that are in need, and we have 1 million USD. The mindset of some of us is that we want to give all of them. You give them one USD, but if you can have very good management, it's not necessary you give all of them. You can give 10% of them. So this 10% in the next year can be zakat payer rather than receiving zakat again. We can use it for capital injection. We can use it for SME. We can use it for entrepreneur people. So among refugee people, we have some of them in their country. They are working. They are investor. They are entrepreneur. They are. So what we need to do is that we help them so that they can overcome their crisis, and we can uplift their status. Okay, we can uplift their status. Also, in terms of accountability, I think one of the things that I suggest in this paper is that we need to integrate Islamic financial technology, which is fintech, whether in form of blockchain, so that we will know how many people that we need to help. Let's say during this crisis, many people, many refugees from Yemen, we need to have database of them. Many people from Gaza, for example, we need to have database. Many people from Syria, we need to have database of all these people. And through database, we can channel the money that we get from Zakah, from Waqaf, as well from other infaq. We channel it to them through the system. We put them in the system in the sense that we can monitor them. So the issue of transparency will not be violated. The issue of accountability will be well established, because this is, for me, one of the issues that we face when it comes to helping people. We don't have that transparency. Okay, today we give him something, tomorrow he comes. Another person will come and claim that, oh, I'm also a victim of the crisis. But if we don't have that database, we cannot tell, we cannot actually, we don't know to what extent we have impact in their life. Okay. Do you still have time? How many? Do I still have time?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Still 10 until 15 minutes.
Okay. 20 minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we also need to have that awareness. I think this conference is very important, that we as researcher, we as stakeholder, as Muslims, we need to have awareness of what is happening there. And we need to have awareness, how can we help those people that they are in need. Okay. And the mechanism, in Indonesia, we have Baznas there for collecting zakah and distributing zakah. We have Nazir Waqaf, many Nazir Waqaf. We have many Islamic social finance institutions in Indonesia, as well as other countries. So how can we actually have that public awareness on what is going on and how we can actually win? We also need to engage beneficiaries. We engage them to tell them that they should not be marginalized. They should not just be, okay, because I'm from Syria, I'm from, let's say, Yemen, I'm from Palestine, I don't need to work. No. We need to enable them to work. We need to enable them to reach to their potential. Okay, so it's not that they are begging. They should remain begging for money. We need to uplift their status. We need to tell them that, oh, you as a Muslim, you need to work. As a Muslim, you don't need to rely on what you get from the government. You don't need to rely on what you get from financial Islamic social finance institution. We also need to strive to be as a giver, not as a taker. Okay. Also, in terms of, as I mentioned, that we have not unified legal system, it should be something that unify, especially in this time whereby we have some differences. I believe that having unified legal system, or at least something that can unify us in this area, is very important. UN has done something very significant, which inshallah I'm going to share very soon. They have very good system, especially for collecting zakah as well as infaq, and they did very well since 2017. So if UN can do that, why not Muslim country? So waqaf and zakah for refugee. Okay, I think this is what I think is very important for us to look at. We have a lot of refugees, as I mentioned. The highest refugee so far is Syria. We also have now Yemen. Okay, Sudan also coming in with what is going on there. Gaza, Palestine is also one of the country that they have very large population of refugees. So what should we do? Number one, let's look at zakah and how zakah can help. We have 8 asnaf based on Surah At-Tawbah, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned that إِنَّمَا الصَّدَقَاتُ لِلْفُقَرَاءِ وَالْمَسَاكِينِ وَالْعَامِلِينَ عَلَيْهَا وَالْمُؤَلَّفَةِ قُلُوبُهُمْ وَفِي الرِّقَابِ وَالْغَارِمِينَ وَفِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned 8 channels for us to distribute zakah. And among 8, you see that Allah emphasized on al-faqir as well as miskin. So faqir and miskin, you can see them that they are poor and they are needy people. And among them, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned wafi sabilillah. So wafi sabilillah, most scholars, especially Shafi'i and others, they say that those who are in jihad. And as I mentioned in my introduction, one of the dimensions of this crisis is religious, such as those who are in Gaza, for instance. It's a religious crisis. So if it's a religious crisis, by default, they should be one of the recipients of zakah. And I believe that, as I said, that we should have unified, whereby our zakah can be transferred to these people because they are fi sabilillah. Okay, so we have faqir, we have miskin, and they can be part of that. And some scholars, let's say one of scholars, Sheikh Yusuf al-Qardawi, as well as Sheikh Qardagi, and few other Muslim scholars, they allow giving zakat to those who are wafi riqab, especially like those who are in prison, in Israeli prison. They interpret one of the contemporary meaning of wafi riqab is those who are captured by the enemy. So we can use it to release them. We can use it to elevate, uplift the crisis or the problem that they are in. So zakat can play very significant, and we can see that those who are in maybe in this crisis can be benefited by zakat institution. And from Sharia point of view, I think we don't have any issue because scholars are already discussed this issue, and we can see that they can be part of zakat recipient in 4 angles. Number 1, they can enter as faqir. Number 2, they can enter as miskin. Number 3, they can enter as fi sabilillah, and also they can be wafi riqab. So these 4 things, I think we can also explore further and see that zakat has very significant potential to help these people. Refugee from Muslim country, can they benefit from zakat? Yes, we can benefit from zakat. Under fi sabilillah, they can also benefit, under wabin sabil, not fi sabilillah, wabin sabil, because they are not in their country and they might be rich in their country. So wabin sabil is someone that's stranded based on jurist. Someone that is stranded is not in his country but is stranded. He might be rich in his country, and those refugees, some of them, they are rich, but they cannot take anything from the country because of the crisis. And I remember, I think some years ago, we have some students from Syria, and some of them, they are very rich. They are using very expensive car. They have very expensive, very wonderful house. But because of the crisis in Syria, they cannot even take anything with them. So these people, they can benefit from zakat institution through wabin sabil, and also through other dimension. Let's say they become faqir, okay, and they might become miskin. So, but how do we do that? Are we just going to give them one few money to help them to eat? No. For me, I believe it's not about the eating. It's supposed to be more than that. And that's why, for me, we have what we consider, what we call Islamic social finance. We should use it for Islamic social finance, Islamic microfinance. We use it for Islamic microfinance. Waqaf. The second one is Waqaf institution. Waqaf institution, it depends on the beneficiaries. As we know, based on legal maxim, and fuqaha always mention shartul waqif kanassu shara, which means the condition of waqif, the donor, is as kanassu shari, the text from the legislator, means from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we don't violate the condition of al-waqif. But what we need to do, we need to make the shart flexible for our need, especially the community. So in the past, you can see that we have waqaf for education. It can be from primary school, secondary school, it can be also university. I think Gontor Darussalam is part of it. If we need, example, a case study in Indonesia, you can refer to Gontor. We can refer to many university, many schools. Pondo in many places in Indonesia is based on waqaf, okay, waqaf or infaq. So what I want to draw here is that we have a lot of refugees from these countries, from Middle East, and some of them, they cannot afford to pay for tuition fee. Why can't we have specific waqaf for those people? So, because any reform is supposed to start from education. If we are well educated, we are well equipped with education, we can actually overcome our crisis. So sometimes our ignorance, one of the factors that contribute to being in the back, okay, undeveloped country because of education. We can use this waqaf institution for healthcare, especially Muslim that are affected in those places. Yemen, for instance, Syria. We have also a lot of refugees from Burma and Myanmar and Rohingya. We have Palestine, for instance. So why can't we use many Rohingya in Malaysia, in many countries? They are not educated, okay? So we need to give them that proper education so that they can become someone in the future, okay? So They may be children, some of them children. Some of them also they cannot read, even though they are adult. They cannot read, they cannot write. We need to equip them. So I think this is very important. Also, health, in terms of health, some of them, they are facing some health issue. So helping them, giving them what it's entailed in terms of health care, I think is very important. Here in Malaysia, some clinics are based on work-off based. In Malaysia, we also have some in Turkey, some in some African country through Islamic organization. So this is also very good that we can utilize Waqf institution to provide health care. Providing shelter. Waqf can be a very significant instrument to use in order to provide shelter, especially accommodation. They need house, they need somewhere to stay. And in the past, when you read about Waqf, you can see that even we have house based on Waqf for widows, because sometimes widow, they don't have any house, they don't have husband. Okay, they are single mother, for instance. Why can't we have Waqf institution to provide shelter for those people? So we have in the past. So why can we replicate what we have in the past, and it can be something that these people that in the crisis can benefit from. In terms of micro finance, alhamdulillah, we have used a lot in many countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, in Pakistan, in many Muslim countries. We use Waqf and Zakah institution for microfinance. What we mean by microfinance is that we use it for small and medium businesses. Let's say you need 1,000 USD to establish something very small. We can use Zakah institution to provide the capital for them. So capital injection, or we provide the capital. Some scholars say that we can provide through loan. It means we just give Qard Hasan, whereby that person can return it back, and we can give to other people that they are in the crisis. So far we feel that, oh, this person actually is a businessman in his country, but because of crisis, he could not stay in this country. So we can provide certain capital for him to establish himself and to regain his wealth, as well at the same time he can become zakat payer rather than zakat receiver. One of the also is Waqf we can use for training purpose. For instance, some of them, they want to learn some hand thing, like say swimming. They want to learn how to use computer, for instance. They want to learn how to do video, and so on and so forth. It may be small thing, but for this kind of people, there is very significant, so that they can earn money through this entrepreneurship. Okay, so it's very, very important that we help them. We can use Waqf. We can also use Infaq. Infaq through crowdfunding. Okay, and alhamdulillah, I think we have done that, and it's workable and something that other countries should explore. I think this more on Malaysia, which I already explained in terms of the management, in terms of some very innovative ideas. We have what we call Waqf An-Nur Corporation, which is actually a combination of Waqf as well as social responsibility. We have Waqf for B40, those who have less privilege in the society. We also have the idea of Islamic bank and Waqf institution. This is whereby bank can help Waqf institution to collect Waqf and establish Waqf fund in the bank. And we have the idea of establishment of bank through waqf, which we call bank waqf or waqf bank. Okay, it's been idea that even in Turkey the idea is there, but of course there are a lot of challenges, of course, but it's something that we can do to help this. Also crowdfunding, because you might be asking what is mechanism that we can use. We can use crowdfunding, especially when it's come to infaq. So crowdfunding, and we have specific agenda. Crowdfunding, for instance, we want to help 1,000 refugees from Syria. We want to help 10,000 refugees from Yemen. We want to help maybe those who are in Gaza. We can use crowdfunding-based waqf to help those people that in the crisis. This is very good initiative from UNHCR's Refugee Zakat Fund. Of course, I know that there are a lot of some criticism, some issue involving this scenario, this initiative. But this initiative for me is something that we can actually learn from. If someone did it wrongly, we as a Muslim, we can do it perfectly. So in 2017, there was an idea from UNHCR to establish Refugee Zakat Fund. So this Refugee Zakat Fund is to get zakat and at the same time to get some infaq to help Muslims that they are under refugee. Okay, because UN is monitoring and managing refugee all over the world, regardless of their religious affiliation. So 6 million forcibly displaced people in 26 countries have benefited from zakat. Of course, those who benefited from zakat, they are Muslims. So zakat, sadaqah, fund. So they have fund, and this fund is to utilize for Muslim that they are catering for. And in 2022, the Refugee Zakat Fund received more than 21.3 million USD as zakat contribution. Okay, including 137,000 as zakat al-fitr. 137,000 zakat al-fitr. Imagine how much if they get more acceptance from many countries, how much they can collect and how many people also will be benefiting. So 16.7 million is in form of sadaqah. 16.7 million USD. I'm talking about USD, not rupiah. Huh? So in rupiah, how much? A lot, right? So imagine if we want to use this for, let's say, those who are in the crisis from Yemen, from Palestine, that they are residing in Indonesia. I think it will help a lot. It will reduce the burden, and it can make the issue there something that they feel that, okay, it's a normal and they can go on about their life. I remember one of my students here when during the Gaza conflict, he told me that he used to get money from his parents for tuition fee. But because of that crisis, the parent they cannot send any money. So he is stuck. He cannot pay tuition fee. So if we can have this kind of fund and is unified between all Muslim countries, this will be a very good relief for those who are in the crisis. So including 398,000 as a sadaqah jariyah. Sadaqah jariyah here, it means waqf. Okay, so waqf as monetary waqf, what we call al-waqf al-naqdi, is almost 380. Means that it's almost 400,000 USD only for sadaqah jariyah. So this is very small thing that UN established, and of course there are some scholars that they allow them to do so, but some scholars feel that, oh, why non-Muslim can collect zakat on behalf of Muslim? But regardless of the legality, but the idea is very good. And if this idea can be taken by OIC countries, for instance, leading by a certain country that they have very flexible regulation in terms of collection of infaq, collection of zakat, and collection of waqaf, I think will be very good, and we can channel it for those who are in need, especially refugee from Muslim country. So in 2022, the Refugee Zakat Fund enabled UNHCR to improve the lives of more than 1.5 million people. Imagine. This 1.5 million is like half of Qatar. Qatar maybe only 2 point something million. The Qatari oil. So it's like this Zakat Fund can help half of one country in Muslim country. So imagine if we concentrate on this aspect and we help our people through this initiative, I think it will be very good thing. And Zakat contributions enable you to assist more than 756,000 refugees and internally displaced people in 17 countries. So, and also in the Sadaqah donations means UNHCR assisted more than 839,000 people in 15 countries. So this is, I think, very good initiative, and I believe that Muslim country can emulate this kind of effort and make it more Islamic, of course, and more acceptable to our people that they are paying zakat. I don't want to take much of time, but if you allow me another few minutes to go through this, can I?
Yes, sir, you can finish until the
Okay.
Yes.
The issue of technology is the issue that we cannot actually sideline. When we talk about this kind of issues, zakat, waqaf, infaq, the issue of technology is one of the issues. I always tell my student researchers that we need to do more research on fintech, financial technology. Entrepreneur in the past is not an entrepreneur now. The issue of social media is one of the main issues and is part and parcel of technology. Imagine technology. We have in the banking sector issue of digital banking. So digital banking can get double of customer that traditional banking can get for, let's say, 10 years. Digital banking can get it for 1 year. So it means that the generation that we have is generation that is keen to explore more on technology. So technology, I think, is very good, and it has a lot of benefits in terms of efficiency, transparency, and effectiveness. So Zakat institution, Waqaf institution, infaq institution, they can actually utilize this thing to overcome the crisis that we have in this institution. One of the things that I feel is very good is blockchain technology. Blockchain technology, I think the echo. Okay, blockchain technology is one of the safest technology in the history of technology. Based on expert and the literature, this is the safest and the most robust technology ever in the history of technology. And Alhamdulillah, through Fintera and I think one institution in Indonesia also, we have waqaf and zakah for through blockchain. If you want to pay your zakah, you can pay through this chain. I think they use cryptocurrency for paying and distribution of zakat. So this blockchain is very good. We can use it to help our our people in the crisis, because it's very safe, and he will not actually under any let's say foreign or under any jurisdiction. So, but of course, we need to be very careful. We don't want to use this kind of thing for terrorism, but must be under a certain body, let's say OIC, or certain government, let's say Indonesia or any country that wants to have this kind of technology. They need to monitor, and we can use it to help our people in the crisis. So this technology is very good. It's very secure, and the contract can be very fast as we can. You don't need to wait for 3 days to get the money. No, you can get it instantly. So this kind of technology, I think, is very good. To conclude, I take much of your time. I'm so sorry. To conclude, I think what we can draw from all these things is that conflict in Muslim countries should be given more attention, with all the dimension that I mentioned, religious dimension, civil dimension, as well as political dimension. And of course, there are other dimensions that we also need to take care of, because those who are affected, they are in different generations. We have elderly people, the old, we have adults, we have children, we have male, females. So we have disabled people. So we need to have more research from Islamic economy point of view. Islamic social finance instruments are vital to address the issue and the need of Muslim refugees, which I feel that if we can take it very seriously, Alhamdulillah, we can actually replicate what happened in the era of Umar bin Abdul Aziz. Era of Umar bin Abdul Aziz is considered as one of the golden era, whereby they mentioned that because of the quality of his governance, there is no any poor. People want to give zakah, but no one is accepting because everyone is sufficient. Okay, so if zakah can play that role in the past, I believe zakah is still zakah. It can play the same role in the present. Fintech, including blockchain, is very important. An Islamic social finance institution can adopt it in distribution and collection of zakah, waqaf, as well as infaq, especially to people that they are in the crisis. Thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you, Ibu moderator Fianis. Thank you so much for giving me this time. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor. What you have delivered about conflict resolution in Muslim countries, exploring the potential of Islamic social finance instruments, is very remarkable. One point from you that I want to emphasize is zakat, waqaf, and infaq have multi-dimensional potential to be explored as our welfare management tools, even to mitigate conflict. Even UNHCR is benefiting from it as it's one of their financial resource. That's very interesting. We are very fortunate to have listened to your presentation today. May Allah bless you. Please have a break for a moment, Professor. We will come back for the Q&A session later after the second presentation. Thank you very much. Before we continue, I would like to remind to everyone who has some questions. For our speakers, please kindly leave your questions by the chat room Q&A box, or you can use raise hand feature later in the Q&A session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to our second presentation for today. This second presentation will discuss about economic and financial stability in Middle East and Israel war on Gaza. Our second speaker is an assistant professor in the Institute of Islamic Economics and Finance at Marmara University, Turkey, and visiting fellow at the Institute of Asian, African, and Middle Eastern Studies at Sophia University, Japan. His research has published in respected journals, including Journal of Asset Management. His area of expertise is Islamic finance, Islamic banking, microfinance, behavioral finance, and capital markets. Please watch the following profile video for a more in-depth introduction.
Framework in Turkey might explain that reason. So in that sense, that presentation can be beneficial. Actually, this is
Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply sorry to inform you that Professor Murad Yash unfortunately cannot join us at Zoom meeting due to internet network difficulty, as he is now on another conference trip. He sincerely apologizes for being unable to deliver his presentation directly, and we will present a video made by Professor Yash for today's conference instead. We hope that this does not diminish the message and learning that Professor Yash was attempting to convey to all of us. For the question and answer session with Professor Yash, if anyone has some questions, please don't hesitate to drop your questions to us during the Q&A session later. It can be questions related to the work of Professor Yash delivered on his video, or questions related to his area of expertise. We will proceed your questions onto Professor Yash to be answered by email as soon as possible. Thank you for your kind understanding. All right, without further ado, let's listen to the following presentation video from Professor Murad Yash.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I would like to appreciate and congratulate the organizing committee to organize this important conference. And it is great pleasure and honor for me to be a part of this important conference as a keynote speaker. Today, I would like to talk about economic and financial stability in Middle East and its role in Israel's war on Gaza. So as you know, currently in the Middle East, we have an important war against Palestinians and the people in Gaza especially. And of course, there are reactions from all around the world, not only by Muslim world, but even by non-Muslims against the war of Israel. So we see the boycott movements, especially around the world. And we see also some reaction regarding the Middle East countries, why they are not very actively involved in this war, right? We see many voices, why Turkey, Jordan or Egypt or Syria or Lebanon are not directly involved in this war to stop the war, right? So I want to discuss this issue from economic and financial stability perspective, that to explain why in most countries in Middle East are not having a direct involvement in this war. So first of all, I would like to give a background about this talk. Many researchers show that economic powers implies military powers. That means that if a country has a strong economy and strong financial stability, it also usually have a strong military power. And wars and conflicts, we start to see more nowadays around the world. Nowadays we have the war in Ukraine as well, right? We have in addition to the war in Gaza. So most of the time these wars increases economic and financial stabilities, risks in those countries, and not only in these countries, also their neighbor countries. And actually the conflicts in Middle East is not very recent. We see it in the last 2 decades often, especially in the Arab Spring. It ended up with many civil wars, rise of ISIS, insurgency in Iraq, Egyptian crisis, which ended up the capital punishment for the President Morsi. And especially the Syrian and Iraq civil war has led to millions of refugees, especially from Syria to the neighbor countries. Now, only in Turkey there are more than 3.7 million refugees. In Lebanon, it's a small country, but almost 1 million refugees. And in Jordan and Iraq also, they have hundreds of thousands of Syrian refugees. And even before that, for the decades of due to the decades of attack of the Israel, the Palestinians are living in Palestine for long years, right? And therefore there are more than 5 million Palestinian refugees in Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon as well. And often these wars and conflicts, they have some economic outcomes. First of all, when there are more refugees, millions of refugees in a countries, especially it is increasing the cost of life. The rent prices increases, right, due to the rapid demand for the housing. And they are willing to work for lower salary, right? So the salaries go lower while the costs increases, and especially the local peoples, they are losing their jobs. It's causing unemployment because refugees are willing to work for lower salaries. And if a country had directly involved in the war, their economy has a lower growth, and also due to all of these expenses, military expenses or expenses for refugee, for their healthcare, for their social security, the government has also additional spending. So it also has a high cost on the economy. So in this talk, we will focus on economic and financial stability of some important neighbors of Israel. Turkey doesn't have a border with Israel, but from the Mediterranean Sea, it has a sea border. Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt. So we will evaluate the economic and financial stability, as well as socio-economic situation of those countries, to understand why they are not directly involved from this perspective. So let's focus on the first socio-economic stability, right? In here we are talking about the ordinary people. How is their life? How is their well-being? So if the ordinary people in these countries, though they don't have a good well-being, right? Socioeconomic, healthcare, education, well-being, it is hard to expect them to support this war as well, right? To protect Palestinians. So if you look at the poverty indicators, the percentage of population who earns less than $6.8 is 52% of Syria population. So more than half of the Syria population earns very small amount of money every day, while in Egypt this is 23%. And as you know, the Lebanon had a great economic and financial crisis recently, so the data is not available, but we can also predict that they are not in good shape in terms of poverty, and including they have millions, around 1 million refugees in that country, so they are not in good condition. And if you look at the income share held by the lowest 20%, especially in terms of income inequality, Turkey is not in a good condition. And if you look at the Gini coefficient again in terms of income inequality, again Turkey is worse than the other countries. So the population living in slums are important part of population in Turkey and Jordan as well. And if you look at the life expectancy at the birth, so this is showing the health situation in a country. The situation is not bad in most of these countries, so they are living more than 70 years as average, and that is fine. If you look at the vaccinations, like some basic vaccinations such as measles, especially Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan, they have kind of lower than expected rate of vaccination for the children against these diseases. And an interesting and important fact for those countries, most of them has recently or more than a decade hosting millions of refugees. The Jordan has more than 3 million, Turkey is almost 4 million, Lebanon is a small country but hosting more than 1 million refugees, and Syria already lost millions of people, lives are lost, and also the 7 million people left the country after the civil war. And Egypt also is hosting around 300,000 refugees. So this refugee issue is already a source of economic instability in those countries. Children employment in Syria after the war, it is high. And if you look at the World Happiness Index, as you can see that none of those countries are in top 100 in the world. So Turkey, Egypt, Lebanon, Jordan, they are not among top 100 happy country in the world, right? So their ranking is very, very low. People are not happy in those countries usually, based on this index. Age dependency ratio is not bad in terms of social structure, and also labor force participation rate is a bit lower than expected in these countries. It's around 40 to 50%. So Turkey is the highest one, but if you look at Syria, Jordan, they are quite low. Yeah. Okay, now let's talk about economic stability, about the macroeconomic stability of those countries. If you look at the inflation, of course we have a global, like a two-digit inflations around the world, or high inflation around the world. Still, many countries having inflation less than 10% or 15% around the world. So if you consider that Lebanon has more than 170% of inflation, annual inflation, the Turkey 77 at the moment, I think, around more than 70%. Syria is more than 35%. So most of these countries are fighting against high inflation, right? This is a secret taxation, right? It's an indirect way of taxing people, right? So it is showing their economic problem, this high inflation rate, right? Unemployment. So normally the desired unemployment rate should be around 2% or 3% in the world. And more than 5% is a bit dangerous, and more than 10 is much worse, right? So if you look at the Jordan, it's around 20% is the unemployment rate, while in Lebanon is more than 10%. And Syria, Turkey, and Egypt is more than 5% unemployment rate. It's an important problem again. Current account balance. This is showing how much countries import more than they export compared to their GDP, right? So if it is negative, it means countries import more than what they export. So they are consuming more than what they produce. And Lebanon is negative 30% compared to GDP. So they are very importing a lot compared to what they export. So their economy, the balance of payment is not very stable in that sense. And Turkey and Jordan is also more than 5%. Also, they are not very stable in terms of their export-import balance. And if it is positive, actually, it's an advantage for a country, right? They can save some money, they can have some reserves, and they can make foreign direct investment in other countries, and they can have a strong economy. So minus itself is showing a sign of economic instability, economic weakness in these countries. And if it is very high, like a Lebanon, so it's a great danger for a country's economy. And if you look at the GDP per capita, how much people earn each month, every year, their annual salary, the Syrians are the lowest. The annual salary is less than $500. So it means like every month they earn around $40, $35. That is very low, very, very low. And less than 10,000 is actually not good. Like in most developed countries, they have more than $20,000 annual income, right? As GDP per capita. So Egypt, Lebanon, and Jordan also are not in good shape. They are less than $5,000, right? And if you look at the nominal GDP, that shows how big a country's economy. Now Syria, actually Syria has a huge land, right? And it had like a large number of population before, lower than Turkey, but still it was a large population country. But now their size of economy is like less than 1% of Turkey after the war, around $9 billion. And Turkish GDP is around $900 billion. Egypt is almost half of it, $476 billion. Lebanon and Jordan is also quite low compared to their population, I think. Stock market capitalization, that shows how much countries can have like a big industrialization, like how big companies they can have in their stock market. So the value of the listed companies in stock market of Turkey is around $240 billion. So most developed countries, actually, their stock market capitalization is around more than 70 or 80% of their GDP. So if they're a proper industrialization, right, in their economy, if they produce a lot, so it should be more than 70-60% of their GDP. So compared to GDP, we can say this is low for Turkey, right? So Malaysia is around more than 100%. So compared to Malaysia and countries like Hong Kong, they have much higher rate of stock market capitalization compared to GDP. Turkey is almost like less than 1/3 of its GDP, so it is low. And in Egypt is even lower compared to its GDP, less than 10% of their GDP is the stock market capitalization. And other countries like Lebanon and Jordan also, the total market capitalization is low. Even if compared to GDP, it's not too bad, but still it's low. And how much of these countries pay interest compared to their revenue? How much of their revenue is used to pay interest, right? So interest is one of the great burden. The riba is one of the greatest burden in our Muslim countries. Most developed countries, they might have high debts, right? The US, Europe, Japan, they have high debts. Maybe most of them are more than 100% of their GDP, but the interest they pay is quite low, like 1%, 0%, 2%, or maximum 3%. But countries like Turkey and in this region, Middle East, usually due to their unstable economy and high financial risks, they are paying high interest. That is why compared to their revenue, they pay large amount of money for the interest. So in Turkey, it is almost 20% of the budget revenue goes for the interest rate payment. In Egypt, it's more than 33%. It's very high. More than 1/3 of the budget, almost 1/3 of the budget in Egypt goes for interest payments. And Lebanon and Jordan also quite high, more than 10%. So instead of using that money for infrastructure, for big projects, for industrialization, countries are using their tax income, their budget, for paying the interests, for paying their debt. This is one of the greatest burden of the Muslim world in the region. And also central government debt. In Turkey, it is not high, actually it's 35% compared to GDP. But in Egypt, Lebanon and Jordan, it is more than 75% in each of those countries. So that is also another reason why they pay high interest compared to their revenue. Now let's talk about financial stability. So how we can evaluate these countries' financial stability, right? First of all, we need to look at their credit ratings, right? So we have Standard & Poor's, Moody's, international credit rating agencies for countries and for the financial institutions. And this rating shows the abilities of countries and those institutions to pay their debts, how much they are reliable to pay their debt. Highest ratings are AAA, and then in the B category there are BBB, BB, and then B. So less than BBB category is actually considered as not a good country for investment, right? For long-term investment, especially. So actually none of these countries in the Middle East has more than same or more than BBB rating. So that means they are not at the stage of attracting long-term investment yet, right? So their ratings are low. And the Lebanon is actually almost like a default rating, right? So they don't have ability to pay their debt. It's very high risk country for lending money. And another important indicator is the credit default swap. This product can be considered as insurance for default risk, right? Default risk means the borrower's ability to pay. If they cannot pay, their default risk is high, right? So if they cannot pay, we are using this insurance to receive our payment, right? So most developed countries, this credit default swap basis point is less than 50, right? So if it is more than 50, 70, and even more 100, so that means the country is becoming a quite risky country to lend money to make investment, right? So Turkey was actually just a few months ago, it was around 700 basis point, while at the moment it's less than 300%, so 300 basis points. But still, Egypt, Lebanon is more than 1,000, right? So those countries have very high risk to lend money in terms of credit default swap indicator. And other ratios we look at to evaluate their financial risks are the banking indicators. How is the stability of banking in those countries? So if you look at Lebanon, non-performing loans to total gross loan is more than 15%. So 15% of the loans are defaulted, right? The borrowers cannot pay more than 3 months of their debts, right? So it's quite high in Lebanon. The banking risk is quite high. And Jordan is more than 5%, while we don't have information about Syria and Egypt, right? In Turkey, it's 2%, so that's good. Turkey has better banking stability ratio. And if you look at the private sector credit growth, so this is also showing the health of the financial markets, banking industry, and also the health of the economy. It's changing a lot based on due to the probably inflation in Lebanon, it is more than 100%. And in Turkey, Syria, Egypt is around between 20 to 50%. In Jordan also it's high, 84%. Another important ratio regarding bank liquidity is the bank liquid reserves to total bank assets, right? So the last financial crisis in 2008 was a liquidity crisis. So nowadays also we look at the liquidity ratios to understand the health of the banking industry. So most of these countries actually, in terms of their liquid reserves, they are in good condition. Turkey is more than 20%, Egypt around 40%, and Jordan is also around 20%. Total net reserve is important for price stability and especially for the stability of the national currency. So if countries don't have enough net reserves for their currency stability, right, they might have very volatile currency. In Egypt, for example, the central bank recently devaluated the national currency. In Turkish lira also, it's losing its value for the last 2-3 years especially. So their currencies are not very stable. The Lebanon also have same situation. The Jordan currency is the most stable one, I think, compared to all of these countries. And they have better situation at the moment. So far we talk about socio-economic stability, economic stability, macroeconomic stability, and also financial stability. And what we see is that most of these countries are not very good shape in terms of their economic and financial stability. So their direct involvement in the war can create a greater economic and financial costs due to their fragile economic and financial environment. So I have just some final remarks regarding this talk. What we see is that the economic and financial stability risks in Middle East causes now the less involvement of these countries in Gaza crisis at the moment. Due to the high trade volume and economic risks, most countries still continue their trade with Israel instead of using boycott, sanction, and divestment policies. Or some countries had to use these policies after long months after the war, right? And as an important takeaway from this speech as well, the development, economic growth, and financial stability in Muslim countries are key for their national security and for the regional stability. So if we want a stronger Muslim world, we want security and regional stability in the Muslim world and in the Middle East, we should develop more, we should have greater economic growth, and we should have financial stability for the peace of the region. Thank you very much for the listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, alright, we have just listened to the presentation video from Professor Murad Yas together. Hopefully you will find this video can provide a clear picture regarding economic and financial stability in the Middle East and the Israel war on Gaza. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have already listened to both speakers' presentations, and now we are moving forward to the next agenda, which is a question and answer session. The session will last approximately 30 minutes. To anyone who wants to ask some questions, please kindly drop your questions by the chat room, or you can use the raise hand feature on your screen or by chat Q&A box. And then our host will allow you to ask questions directly to our speakers if you use raise hand feature. And dear Professor Zakaria, I would like to ask you to be prepared in front of your screen, sir, as we will begin the question and answer session shortly. Thank you. Okay, while we are waiting for the for Professor, I would like to remind to anyone, if you have any questions, please drop your question. Please drop your question on chat by chat box or Q&A box, or you can use feature raise hand feature. Okay. Assalamualaikum, Professor. Yeah, Professor. Okay. Okay, Mr. Susilo, please wait for a moment. Okay. Okay. For Mr. Susilo, would you like to open your cam or just voice?
I would like to ask directly to Professor Zakaria.
All right. Okay, we are waiting for Professor. Okay, we have, so far we have two questions, one from raise hand and one from chat box. We are still waiting for another questions from all the attendees. Welcome to directly to Professor Zakaria or Professor Murad Yas. Every question addressed to Professor Yas, we will collect the questions and forward them to him. We will do our best to deliver the answer as soon as possible. All right, Professor Habibullah Zakaria already joining with us. Assalamualaikum, Professor. Are you ready for the Q&A session?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Before we start the Q&A session, sir, I would like to ask to you, how would you like to respond to the questions? Gather all the participants' questions first, and then respond to them later, or would you rather address them one by one, sir?
Well, I'm okay. It depends on. I leave it for your guidance and wisdom.
Okay, thank you very much. So far we have we have three questions already here, sir. The first one is from Mr. Susilo that has been raising hand. Please, host maybe can allow to the microphone. Yes, please, Mr. Susilo, you can deliver your question directly.
All right, thank you for the moderator for giving me this opportunity. So I just want to say thank you so much for Professor Zakaria, for your insightful information. And before I'm going to ask about my question, I think I would like to introduce myself. My name is Susilo. No, I'm currently a master's student in Indonesian International Islamic University, or we call it AICIE Jakarta. Then I would like to ask about the conflict resolution in Muslim countries. So regarding to your presentation about like three dimension of the crisis, the first is about the political, civil, and religious, and in the Middle East, where many countries are disturbed by the conflict and instability. These countries can help to promote economic development, reduce poverty, and foster social cohesion. For instance, a zakat-based system could provide financial support to marginalized communities, while a wakaf-based system could create endowment for education and healthcare. So in this case, I would like to give you two questions regarding to this statement. The first question is, how can Islamic social finance instruments be effectively integrated into the conflict resolution effort in the Muslim majority countries? And the second question is, what are the potential challenges and limitations of relying on Islamic social finance instruments as a primary means of addressing conflict-related issues in the Middle East? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much. Can I respond to the question?
Yes, please, sir.
Okay, I would like to thank Mr. Sicilian for these very interesting questions. Okay, I hope I can answer your question. The first one is effective, right? Effective Islamic social finance. If I mistake, please,
Sure.
please, it's more to effective resolution through Islamic social finance. If I understand the question correct, please then. So number one is that we can see that Islamic social finance instrument has played a very significant role in the past, and it has record successful stories. Okay, so I think normally in any company, any institution, we want to see the success story for us to build on it. Okay, so Islamic social finance already have that track record. Okay, the problem that we have is within ourselves in terms of utilization of Islamic social finance to reach to their potential. Okay, let me give you is Indonesia. I don't want to go very far. Indonesia in these 5 years, alhamdulillah, focus on these segments, Islamic social finance. And that's why you can see even the economy is growing. The impact is well observed, especially the effort of Basnas, for instance. And I can consider Basnas as one of the best institution for zakat management in the region, one of the best. Okay, so what do we need? We need to think outside the box. Okay, we don't need to use Islamic social finance as was used before in terms of the management, in terms of distribution. I think one of the area that I feel is we need to explore is utilization of technology. Alhamdulillah, I know that Basnas is doing very well, but there is still need to improve, okay, as well as in Malaysia and other things. So how do we use that? We have a lot of people that they are affected. And when you see what Saudi Arabia spend on what is happening in Yemen, for instance, Houthi and non-Houthi, is a lot. What Qatar spend on what happening is still happening in Gaza is a lot. So Bahrain as well. Bahrain also a lot of So what we actually can do is to have strategic, well-structured instrument and well-structured mechanism. Some people, they want to spend by themselves, but it might not be well-structured. You are doing it by yourself. Why can't you do it through institution? So if we have that institution, it's very good. But another area, Mr. Sicilian, another area is that people don't believe in that system. Why? Because there is no transparency. Why? Because there is no accountability. So we also need to work. That's why in my presentation, I am so balanced, because we cannot hide that we have problem in this scenario, because the issue of accountability is there. Why many people don't pay their zakat to maybe institution? Because they don't believe in that system. They don't know where their money goes. So if we have that system and we use technology, I believe, inshallah, we can resolve that issue. What are the challenges that we have? I think your second question, the dimension of second, is that what are the challenges?
All
There
right.
are challenges. Okay, one of the challenges that we don't have unified legal system. Even in GCC country, we don't have unified. Okay, some, they are okay to utilize zakat for certain purpose, some they are not okay. Let me give you one example. In Qatar, 5 years ago, they allow investment of zakat. But in 3 years ago, I think during COVID or 2019-20, they stopped. No more investment. In Malaysia, investment of zakat is well accepted. Okay. In few countries, it's accepted. In some countries, it's not accepted. Okay. Waqaf in some country is under religious affair. In some country, there is no specific ministry to handle waqaf. In some countries, let's say in Malaysia, is under state government, sultan. So we don't have that unified legal system. And once we don't have that unified legal system, we might be facing problem on the jurisdiction of that institution. And of course, if you are from legal background, you will appreciate if, let's say, institution has maybe a flexible jurisdiction, means that you can do a lot of things. But if there is a lot of restriction from the legal system, you cannot do more. You'll be restricted, even though you have a lot of money, but you cannot spend, for instance. Let's say we have issue of money laundering, for instance, in many countries, and the legal system say that you cannot transfer certain money to certain people or certain region or certain jurisdiction because of so thing. Definitely we'll be having that problem. Also, the expertise. The issue of expertise is another issue. It's a human resources. Means that some people that they are in that position, they don't know how to manage. They might be versed in Sharia, but they might not be versed in the management. So the issue of management or issue of subject matter supposed to be separated a little bit. In Indonesia, we have a lot of nazir. One of the issue, I think we have some collaboration with some institution in Indonesia. One of the issue that we tackle is that some nazir, they are not expert in the management. So in Waqaf, we have business and investment decision. And then we have legal decision and we have Sharia decision. So Sharia decision, give it to Sharia people to decide. Legal system, give it to legal experts. Investment and management system, give it to those who are expert in the management. So sometimes we don't have that expertise, we don't have that human resources. So it's one of the issue that we have. And of course, one of the issue, I think you also aware, is that we have some political issues that don't deal with this, don't deal with this. I have issue with so country I don't want to mention. Okay, so that issue that we have, the petty issue, hinder us to focus on bigger issues, and what ulama usually call al-mashakil al-masiriyah, our core assignment, our core task as a Muslim country. Okay, we need to ignore the differences, and we focus on what unites us. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in many verses, he talk about what unite us as a Muslim, as human being. وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا. Allah say, وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى. يَا أَيُّهَا النَّاسِ إِنَّا خَلَقْنَاكُم مِّن ذَكَرٍ وَأُنثَىٰ وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ لِتَعَارَفُوا. So Allah created us so that we can work together. We unite. Okay, so this agenda is very important, and this is what we actually supposed to focus on, rather than focusing on something that break us. We need to focus on something that unites us rather than something that break us. I think there are other which sometimes is based on the mazhab that we take. Sometimes some mazhab, they don't allow social thing. Some mazhab allow. Okay, I think last year I was also presenting a paper in Indonesia, of course virtually, and the issue of whether 2 years ago after COVID, whether we can give non-Muslim in Indonesia zakat or not. So some traditions say, how can I differentiate? I'm in Indonesia. I have Muslim. I have non-Muslim. How do I differentiate? Some say, no. I don't want to listen to our whether you can differentiate, but you cannot do that. Some say you can do. So if we have that differences, definitely you might be facing some challenges. But for me, I think that the challenge posted to us is less compared to the opportunity that we have. Wallahu ta'ala. I hope I answer your question.
Well, thank you, bro.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome, Cecilia.
Check. Okay. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Susilo. Is there any feedback or anything already clear for you?
I think it's enough from his perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Susilo from Jakarta. Well, we will be moving forward to the next question. On the chat box, we have 2 questions here, Professor. The first one is from Zawida, Ms. Zawida. I want to ask, how is Sharia social finance optimized in Baitul Mal wa Tamlil? Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Oh, okay, and thank you so much. You're bringing back to my research with my students from Indonesia.
Oh,
She's her PhD on Baitul Mal wa Tamwil. She just completed her thesis. I think based on my experience on Baitul Mal wa Tamwil, of course they are doing very well. But of course there are certain issues which my student Andriana, she's a lecturer in one university in Indonesia. So she's writing on Baitul Mal wa Tamwil. So the issue of agency theory, of course, because they are middle, okay, and the issue of Islamic social finance is well observed, because they have money and they are giving it to those who are in need. Okay, so anything that is not profit driving is considered as Islamic social finance instrument. So if it is profit driving, it might not be, but it can be embedded. Let's say in Indonesia now we have sukuk based on waqf. Okay, sukuk in general is profit driving. Waqf is not profit driving. So we can have that integration. Okay, we can have that integration. We can do that in Baitul Mal wa Tamwil, but Baitul Mal wa Tamwil, I think one of the objectives is not to get the profit, but the objective is to help Indonesians, especially entrepreneurs. So it's more to Islamic social finance through microfinance. We call it microfinance because there are a lot of entrepreneurs and they are in need of finance. Okay. So if they go to bank, they might not get the financing because their risk scoring will be less. Okay. So because most of SME, they have very high risk. Okay, so that's why we want to use Islamic social finance instrument to help this segment because they are the one that in need of financing. Okay, we can give them Qard Hasan. It can be also based on like Mudaraba, it can be Musharaka, and so on and so forth. So what Beit Mad wa Tamwil is doing in each region is very good thing, but definitely there are some issues and challenges. And one of the issue is the theory of agency theory. One of the issue is the human resources as well. Expert that they can think outside the box and they can help the Indonesian citizens. Allah.
All right, thank you very much. How about the explanation or the answer? Miss Zawida, is there any feedback from you? All right. Okay, I think that's yes. Okay, let's move forward to the last question on the chat box we have already here. Dear Professor Habibullah Zakaria, can you elaborate the research scope in the domain of Islamic social finance for new researchers?
Oh, okay. Good. Very good interest.
Yes.
I think Memuna. Thank you so much for the question. We have a lot of research areas, research domain, research scope, especially in Islamic social finance. One of the areas, let's say maybe if you take zakah for instance, you can take zakah and maybe Islamic microfinance. How can we use zakah for Islamic microfinance? Zakah as a capital injection in Islamic economy. We can also distribution of zakah using technology. So what are the potential? What are the challenges? You can look it from legal point of view. You can look it from Sharia point of view. You can also look it from entrepreneur point of view. You can also look in terms of if you are from Sharia background, you can also look interpretation of Asnaf Zakat. Let's say now we are in the era whereby many refugees, they are in need of wealth. Can we put refugee under Wafir Riqab? I think it's a debatable issue. In Indonesia, can we use zakah for non-Muslim, for instance, because we feel that they might be willing to embrace Islam later on. Can we use it for da'wah, for murtad, for instance? So in zakah, waqaf, for instance, alhamdulillah, recently Indonesia, you have sukuk waqf from Ministry of Finance. So there are a lot of things that we can also explore in the acceptance, for instance, how useful, the impact in the society. You can look at it from economic point of view. You can use qualitative or quantitative, for instance, and also in waqaf for less privilege. Let's say waqaf for widows, for instance, in Indonesia, in some states in Indonesia, how it can work from different areas. Which can also, in terms of infaq, I think Indonesia is one of the country that they have flexible legal framework for infaq. So how can we use crowdfunding, for instance? Can we use crowdfunding and to channel to maybe less privileged society, let's say farmers, for instance, let's say widows, let's say orphans, and so on and so forth. So There are a lot of research areas. You can use qualitative, you can use quantitative, and it can be Sharia research, it can be legal research, it can be finance, for instance. Now, in finance, we are talking about integration of financial institution, let's say bank and Waqf institution or Zakat institution. Can we give bank a license to accept Zakat and distribute Zakat? So we can have Zakat fund or Waqf fund in the bank. So when you go, let's say you go to bank and you need financing, you need Qard Hasan. Bank can give you from Waqf fund rather than from their main assets, okay? And then you need to return it back. So there are a lot of areas which I can see. There are a lot of areas that we can, and also now I think if you are aware, Indonesia now, in terms of can we take zakat from cryptocurrency, cryptocurrency and zakat? Can you do waqaf based on cryptocurrency? So these are a few, many areas actually. Yeah. Wallahu a'lam. I hope I answer your question.
All right, thank you very much, sir. We have another question through YouTube. I will read it for you. From Mr. Ahmad Mukorobin, how zakat used for instrument of loan with Qard Hasan contract?
Okay, Mr. Ahmad. Okay, thank you for your question. I think I just mentioned it in one of the one of the research scope. So how can we use zakah as Qard Hasan? I have one book project with one bank here, and also with I have some article on this topic. It's a new idea that can we use zakah as Qard Hasan? So Qard Hasan, you know, is part of Islamic microfinance. Okay, Islamic microfinance. So can we use? We have some issues from Sharia point of view. One of the issues that we have is that why do we give them qard whereby they are asnaf? They're supposed to be getting it free of charge rather than Qard Hasan. The issue of tamlik, the ownership, transferring of ownership, also one of the issues that I address in my paper. But in general, I have some parameter, some condition that when can we use it as Qard Hasan? Okay, Qard Hasan, what I mean is that you still need to return it back. Because there are certain people, they are in need, not because they are poor. Let's say you have a business, and that business you need 5,000 USD, but you have 3,000 or 4,000. You just only need 1,000. But if you can get that business done, we can inject some capital. You can succeed in your business, and you can be a zakat payer next year. From zakat point of view, from maqasid point of view, it's good that we give you, and in the following year you can return it back, or maybe 6 months or something. But if we have enough money in the fund, it's not like we can give you at any time. No, if we have enough fund, we can give you. Okay, but if we don't have enough fund, we might prioritize those who are in urgent need. So this is how we use zakat fund for Qard Hasan. But if we don't have, we can use another fund, which is infaq fund. Okay, that's why I focus on 3 aspects. The first one is zakat, the second one is waqf, and the third one is infaq. If we cannot get it from zakat, we can get it from infaq. And we can also use waqf. So the profit that we generated from waqf, we can give it as Qard Hasan to those who are in need, especially SME and entrepreneur. Wallahu a'lam.
All right.
Ustaz Ahmad, did I answer your question, please?
Thank you very much, Professor Habibullah Zakaria, for the answer. And we have one more question from Mr. Adib Susilo. already raising hand. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. And Dr. Habibullah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you.
I have questions, but actually I have to agree with you because there are still lack literacy in wakaf, especially in cash wakaf. Not only in Indonesia, but in several countries, Muslim countries especially, like Brunei and Malaysia. But my question is, how to increase the wakaf literacy to gain society awareness and inclusion in wakaf, whether in property wakaf or cash wakaf, due to its huge potential and sustainability for better future, but not through the beneficiary, but from the other aspect. Because if we focusing on beneficiary, some of Muslim society have know that the beneficiary of wakaf or cash wakaf, but yet they have not aware on cash wakaf or wakaf. And my second question is, I have once heard about Boko Haram in Nigeria as term of wakaf in conflict area, which utilizing wakaf for Nigerian warrior against American army. My question is, in utilizing wakaf or zakah for conflict resolutions, what is the major obstacle actually? Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
What is that again?
What is the major obstacle in utilizing wakaf or zakah for conflict resolution?
Okay. The first question is on cash wakaf. Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Adib, that we have awareness problem. We have awareness problem not only from the recipient, also I think from donor. I totally agree. But how do we do that? How do we overcome this? Is by people like you, that we need to enhance the awareness. We need to have more campaign on simplify what do we mean by wakaf, okay, and which kind of asset can be considered as wakaf asset. Okay, I think that we need it, and also the benefit of cash wakaf. And Alhamdulillah, during this time, we see that cash wakaf has very successful stories. In Indonesia, Alhamdulillah, in Malaysia also, we have very good successful story on cash wakaf. Even though there are some states in Malaysia still believe that cash wakaf is not allowed from Shafi'i school of thought. But of course, when we look at other school of thought from Maliki, from Hanafi, we can still allow cash wakaf due to the fact that it has a lot of impact in the society. And people now, they might not be in need of the asset, but the profit that the benefit of the wakaf shouldn't be only confined in the asset. Another thing that we can also have is we have this issue. I'm not sure whether in Indonesia also you have the issue. The issue, sometimes some people thought that wakaf, for you to give wakaf, you must be rich. Like you must be millionaire. No, the wakaf, it shouldn't be. No, it can. That's why Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, what he said that if the state of Qiyamah and you have one seed, Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam say, fagrisu. This waqf jariyah, this sadaqah jariyah, mean small thing can be wakaf. It's not supposed to be normal. It must be big thing. Or build a house, build a masjid, build a cemetery. You cannot do that. Okay, so what you can do can be sadaqah jariyah. Insofar we have that collective. So, Mr. Adib, you have, let's say, 1,000 rupiah. I have 1,000 rupiah. Another 1,000. So we gather it together. We can establish something very tangible. So we need to have that awareness that wakaf is not you donate something very big. You can donate something small. That's why Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in one hadith, he said that the quality of asset that you donated, he said that Rubba dirhamin sabaqa alfi dirham. 1 dirham can be better and have more impact than 1,000 dirham, because this is what you have. Okay, so if you spend what we have and what you love in the sight of Allah is big. Lan tanalu al-birra, in one ayah, Allah said, Lan tanalu al-birra hatta tunfiqu mimma tuhibbun. In fact, mimma tuhib, what you actually love, what you need, what you have. Okay, so that is very, very important. I think this awareness supposed to be academician, educators, like people like you, and this conference also, I think we can also focus on what Mr. Adib mentioned about the awareness and financial literacy in general. People don't know how to spend their wealth. They just want to buy anything. It's buy. Because there is promotion, because there is discounts. Okay, but once it's come to donation for the sake of Allah, I don't have money, I don't have, I'm miskin. So we have a lot of excuses. Okay. For the second question on Boko Haram, thank you. I think it's very, very valid question, and I'm very impressed that you are aware of what is going on in Nigeria and Boko Haram. Okay, maybe if there is another chance in another conference, we talk about Boko Haram and the genesis of Boko.
Okay.
So Boko Haram, I think, has two dimensions. The first dimension is political dimension, whereby we have many political what do you call it, differences among political leaders in Nigeria, and for that, some political personnel, they give these people money because they are not educated. They are not educated. The meaning of Boko Haram in some language, Boko in national language, Hausa language, is education, Western education. Haram means haram, means that Western education is haram. Okay. That's the meaning of Boko Haram, if I want to simplify it for you. So these people actually, they are not well educated. Okay, and politicians use that weakness and they give them a lot of fund to fight the government. In some area they fight the government, in some area they fight civilian. People like me, people like you, they fight them. So it means that they don't have focus. But some of them, they take it as religious dimension, whereby most of those who are in Boko Haram, they are Muslims because they are from majority Muslim areas. Majority Muslim areas. So they use it as like is a religious thing, is not political thing. Okay. How do we need to use if they are doing, but for me, what they are doing actually is not legal from Islamic point of view, because they are killing innocent people. Some of them, they are killing Muslim as well. So if they are killing Muslim, how can we consider this as religious? It's not religious. And from Sharia point of view, you cannot kill Muslim. From Sharia point of view, you cannot kill non-Muslim that they are not killing us. If we are living in the harmony, you cannot kill non-Muslim. So for me, this sect, these people, they don't have very legal, they don't have legal reason to be established. Can we give them zakah? No. It's better we can, if in terms of rehabilitation, we capture them, we take them, and we feel that, oh, these people, they are ignorant. We want to teach them. Yes, we can take from waqaf, we can take from infaq. If they are need, they can, because we want to enhance their knowledge, their education, because no one will know the religion and be part of Boko Haram. Yeah. Because some of them killing themselves. They are killing themselves. So they don't have that noble mission and vision from Sharia point of view. Wallahu ta'ala.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any
Thank you, Doctor.
feedback?
Thank you so much.
Mr. Adib?
Thank you, thank you.
All right,
That's enough.
thank you
So-
very much for everyone. Okay, so far we already have 5 questions. Allow me to highlight all the answers from Professor Habibullah Zakaria. Thank you for Mr. Susilo about talking. We are a question about how to make Islamic social finance to be strong. And then second one is from Ms. Dawida about Baitul Mal wa Tamwil, and Ms. Memora Ansar ask about research scope in Islamic social finance. And then the fourth one is from Mr. Ahmad Mukarrabin talking about Court Hasan contract. And the last one is from Mr. Adib Susilo talk about cash wakaf and its obstacles. Thank you very much for all the questions, and thank you for your answers to all the questions, Professor Habibullah Zakaria. Your answers were very insightful. And
My
thank
pleasure.
you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all the questions from the attendees that have participated in this Q&A session from the chat box, from YouTube. The Q&A session was so amazing. We gathered a lot of knowledge and learning from this session. But unfortunately, as our time is very limited for all questions to be answered, so it is a wrap for the Q&A session. And for the attendance list, will be sent to the chat box shortly. So to all attendants, please stay tuned. All right, before we end this agenda, I would like to ask you, Professor Zakaria, to please kindly stay in front of your screen, sir, as we have a small token of appreciation for you and Professor Muratiash. Thank you. All right, for our speaker, Professor Habibullah Zakaria, please accept our sincere thanks, Professor Zakaria. Thank you very much for sharing with us today. It's such an honor for having you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Professor Zakaria a big virtual applause. All right. And then, for our second speaker, okay. For our second speaker, Professor Muratiash, who unfortunately was unable to join us today, here is our sincere thanks. Is there any? Okay, we are waiting. Okay. Okay, please give Professor Yas a big virtual applause. All right. Before we close this session, I would like to ask our speakers to give a closing statement about 1 to 2 minutes. Are you ready, Professor Zakaria, for giving closing statement? All right, dear Professor Zakaria, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Moderator, for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to thank the organizing committee and the chair for this conference, the 3rd annual International Conference of Islamic Economy. The topic is very well drafted, and the issue that in this, the theme are also well structured and well organized. I'm very honored and grateful to have to be in this conference. And of course, as we just explore Islamic social finance instrument, very vital and very significant to address the issue of Muslim in our society, in the modern society. Let us do more research on the awareness and how we can utilize our Islamic social finance instrument to reach their potential. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Of course, I'm sorry if there is any shortcomings from my presentation. I appreciate your questions, Mr. Adib and the rest, Mr. Ahmad, and so on, for your very valuable question and very valuable remark. I also need to appreciate the effort of my friend, Ustaz Dr. Muhtim, the one that invited me. If not because of him, I won't be here. Thank you for the invitation. I hope, inshallah, I see you in person later, inshallah, very soon. Thank you for all the participants. You can see a lot of participants. Thank you for your dedication, for your support, for listening to me, and I wish you all the best in all your endeavor. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Habibullah Zakaria, for the closing statement. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give our speakers a big virtual applause. Thank you very much. Dear Professor Zakaria, please stay on your screen, sir, as we will continue to have a photo session together with all the attendees. And before we wrap our agenda today, lastly, we will have a photo session together. Dear our speakers, all guests, and all attendees, please turn on your camera and prepare your finest formal position. All right, we already have so many happy faces here. Okay. Operator ready for the first screen? Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next to second screen. Okay, be ready everyone. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next. To the third screen. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then fourth screen. 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is the last screen. Thank you very much, everyone. That's the end of the photo session for today's conference. And before we conclude our agenda today, we would like to remind everyone to complete the satisfaction survey. The link already shared on the chat box. And in the description of YouTube video that is live right now. This survey will also serve as proof of attendance for today's conference, allowing you to get a certificate of participation instantly after you submit your answer. Also, we would like to remind you that the following agenda is an online paper presentation. Our committee will provide details about the next agenda shortly, so please stay tuned. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our agenda today. Alhamdulillah, our agenda went smoothly. We would like to thank all our excellent speakers today, Professor Habibullah Zakaria and Professor Murad Yash, for sharing their valuable time, knowledge, and lessons with us at today's conference. We would also want to convey our appreciation to all the prominent guests and all participants who attend today's conference until the end of the agenda. Also, we would like to ask for your forgiveness, as you may have had various inconveniences during all sessions. Thank you very much for your enthusiasm, and we hope to meet again at the 4th Annual International Conference on Islamic Economics next year, insyaAllah. May Allah bless us all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Syukran Ustaz Habibullah. Masyaallah.
Syukran jazilan Prof.
session and opening ceremony and plenary session, which our prominent speaker, Professor Dr. Habibullah Zakaria and Professor Dr. Murad Yas has done already. And now I would like, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to inform you that now, after this, the time for break. Yeah. So you can take break first, maybe for duhur prayer or for having lunch. And we will, you have to rejoin again. You have to rejoin to Zoom at 12:30. At 12:30, yeah, or 30 to 1, exactly. We will get gathering again in Zoom, and please select your room based on your cluster. I repeat one more. After this, all of our participants, especially our presenter, you may take a break for having lunch or for having duhur prayer, and after that in 12:30 you may rejoin to Zoom and select your cluster, and we will get the presentation together based on your cluster. I think enough. Any question?
Fair enough, Dr. Muhtin.
Okay. Okay, we wait you at 12:30. Okay. Nashkurukum. Syukran. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.